Hello, my mercs out there. How you all doing tonight on a wonderful Tuesday evening? It's the nearly the end of my 3-day weekend. Uh, Sad. My time of relaxing, my time of actually being able to catch a little bit of a break is nearly at an end. But we are here tonight, and hopefully we can be able to get quite a bit done. So, hope you're all strapped in. Hope you're all ready to go. So, let's go ahead and get things started. If you ever have problems with brigands, monsters, or the struggles of everyday life, I am the mercenary for the job. I am Zenny, mercenary VTuber for hire, at your service. Hope you all having a wonderful day and hope you all enjoy today's stream. And today could very well, I should say, not could. It might take a little bit extra time, but we're looking to finish up the second of the Phoenix Wright games, Justice for All. We are in the middle of the final trial, and yeah, it looks like we got quite a bit to. We got a little bit to get through. I don't imagine it will take too much time, but there is a good chance that either we'll have like a little bit of time left, or we might go a little bit over time to finish things off. But how are you all doing today? I'm hoping that you're having a wonderful day. Yes. Objection. Wait. Objection. Yes, that is what we're going to be doing today. So, yeah, like I said, more than likely, we probably will go overtime tonight. Because depending on how, because I am generally more of a relaxing type person. I don't go sort of like full tilt into things. I'm not all about sort of like speed and stuff like that. I like to take my time. So we might go overtime tonight, but by perchance, if we do finish up before our normal stream, and if we do have time tonight, we will get started on the third installment of the original trilogy. And looking forward to that. But hey, if it happens, it happens. If it not, well, hey, we'll have to go for it at next time. But yeah, today was a pretty nice day. But once again, just were able to just sort of like kick back here at the apartment, just sort of like unwind and just sort of like relax. Was able to get some D&D today, but it was not the usual session. Actually, it was another case for the Tuesday sessions that someone was not available, and so we're taking the day off. But our good friend Kenyon, who is the DM for that particular campaign, was wanting to do a little bit of a playtest. So myself, Anki, and Ryuga just sort of like drew up some characters of our own, and yeah, it was a fun one. I got to play a wizard. I got to play something that I haven't had a chance to play yet. So it didn't get to do much. Mind you, did have some pretty neat moments, but I think a lot of the legwork went to Ryuga and his barbarian. Like, legitimately. Dude was cracked. Ugh. But barbarians go brr. But nonetheless, it was still a fun session. It was still a lot of fun to go through, and hey, getting to hang out with friends and do awesome stuff like D&D. Who am I gonna say no to that? I don't think so. So, looking forward to that. Looking forward to other D&D stuff coming up. I will say, the whole person. Yeah, your use of the whole person was very, very good. Yes, that was absolutely a wonderful use. I will say, like looking back at the last session for the Wings of Light and Dark, I have been sort of like. There have been a lot of occasions during this weekend that I've had off where I'm just sort of like looking back and rewatching the interaction between Saren and my character Veliana when she finally got to make the change into her winter form. Oh my goodness. That up until a certain joke that Saber made. It's still a lot of fun. So, yeah, it just goes. That's just pretty much the update on how I am doing, and I'm hoping that once again that you are all doing wonderful as well. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get things started. So it'll just give me a moment to start things up, and if you mercs would like to let me know how you guys are doing today, once again, I'm hoping that you're having a wonderful day. Please let us know in the comments. Tell us that you're here. Tell us how you're doing. But yeah, let's go ahead, get things set up here. Doing fine, Nikki. Glad to hear it. I'm absolutely glad to hear it. All right. All right. So, let's get the. Okay. So yeah, over on you. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. That's why I was doing my own little investigation in secret. But for what? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, but however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information. Get ready. That's gonna take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Alright, the secret information. That on guard is one evil man. He thought he could throw in or one by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and it says top secret. You got that? No one else but you and me know yet, okay? I'm pretty certain that, a lot of people know, considering the fact that it is already in the tabloids. The defendant and his manager. What a disaster! What a distasteful topic for this court. What? No one's above gossip. Isn't there a saying? It's never pleasant. Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true? This proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So it means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right. Enguarde is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. I almost felt the urge. Almost felt the urge. Don't want the copyrights on me. All right. So, a little bit depressing, but we're at this stage where we're probably going to be presenting a lot of like evidence. So, especially with like pictures and stuff like that. So, card is one. Yep. So, we're going to press on the last statement here. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole in my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? We're gonna present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Old Bag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? And we're gonna present Lada's camera. Take that! The investigative photographer, Lada Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note that she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless. Ha, that's it. That's the note. No. You see, this is completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. No, you're not. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Enguarde. She said so herself. Enguarde, I'm his psychic. She was so happy, smiling like a little duck, silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Yeah, no one believes you. It's true. You believe me, don't you? No. I was only trying to help. I was like the angel I am.
Bruh.
Uh, 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 uh. I don't see the correlation. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match with the vintage wine. Well, it's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No, we're gonna pile more pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat. I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under such scrutiny again? What credibility did you have? Miss Olbeck. I don't believe the note is the only thing you stole that night. You also stole the camera, Miss Olbeck. That note was with the camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera, too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera that you're looking for? That's... What? Why do I look like this? I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love, and I borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. Yeah, you should be on the you should be on the defendant's stand for theft. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimeback Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures he had taken. My personal security card. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. You must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant, however. In his own confession, Mr. Ongar clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo is really decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then it would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta Hart took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? And you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? I'd say the extra long pants. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. What does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? Objection! I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Yep. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama just up to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself in this time. That's curious. Huh? What is it? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not mad on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is this person in the photograph? We're gonna have to go with this line of thinking. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engarde that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engarde's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as the murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order, order, order! Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. If I don't get a verdict today, Maya.
Now then, shall we set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow?
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. All right.
Now then.
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. Cannot hear Miss Andrews.
I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to its unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright is a bit slow to catch on.
What's the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. So looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
All right. All right, time to save up. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way! That cool and collected Adrian Andrews. If she is your manager, it would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. And dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. You'll get acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It suddenly sounds like she had left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told you about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah, that is true. He was the one that was feeding us information about that, so that's why he knew that to make sure that Miss Andrews was ready. So it shouldn't be that much of a shock.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ongard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yeah, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
Oh, I have no idea what you mean, and I've even heard of Gossip Land.
The judge was ever a prosecution witness. He did do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So if it was fry and bait matter, or that bait and fry reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well done, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. All right. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Uh, uh, what? You po- you were in shock, so you poured yourself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, but she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. Should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. You have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? All right. All right. A lot of pressing and a little bit of evidence presenting. Okay. So. All right. So first, we're gonna press on the third statement. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect a young, beautiful beauty like her to not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
Alright. And then... Yep, here we go. We're gonna press her on this one. If you were in shock, why did you choose? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? Well, mine really was a complete blank at the time. Mine was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake at one thing. What one thing? Never mind. Nope, it's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? No, we are going to press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor of the crime photo? This mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. All right. All right, time to present evidence. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The guitar is missing. The remains of the vase are scattered onto the floor. What is wrong with
What is wrong with that?
The guitar case was open when the vase fell. The glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over?
Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to the case, doesn't it?
But it seems that there was no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think you need to hear more details about the guitar case?
We will make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, I don't even know. That seems really, really vague. Huh.
Looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Alright. Time to present quite a bit of evidence. I don't remember. Yep, Okay, so the second, third, or fourth statements, we are going to present the guitar case again. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I just touched the case. What do you mean? But if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time... Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's strange because yeah, you had the prints on the wine glass. Why not the guitar case? You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh. Apparently she carries a whole bunch of pairs of glasses. But we definitely struck a nerve. Order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it was really empty, though. But the Bright Red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean... It was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into its misguided. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo at the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that bright black guitar... no. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have at it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? All right. Apparently, the costume was.
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture.
Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, couldn't you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starting to think for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order, order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy, Feeksburg. Speak first, think later. Not a good, strategy to live by there, Phoenix.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Madame Guard's. Why would something of the defendant be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places?
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
All right. It was a spare costume. It makes sense that they would have multiple costumes. Mr. Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I am saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Corrido, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
Objection!
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? No, I just,
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. Then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, what I think is, the reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume hotel was Ah, that's what's going on. Okay. I see. So Juan was the one that was going to do the confession. Hey, Captain Epez, how's it going?
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something about at this conference. Hey, yeah, I'm doing fine, Captain. How are you doing today? I'm doing fine tonight. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up right. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
And also, thank you very much for the check-in, Captain. The way I see it, that could only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
Well, they have a long-standing rivalry. That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something? By confess, I wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on Guard.
Yes, I guess that is what that would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. Yeah, it's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews,
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
pardon me.
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
Looks like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What? And you know what this secret of Mr. On Guard is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite a bit suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. On Guard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. All right. Okay, we're gonna press on this one. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. If you think that these three things thorough, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that feat. But honestly, you're kind of indicting yourself, Miss Andrews. Because we already know you have a motive. You already know you have an opportunity. And we have decisive evidence that you have access to both Juan and Matt's room to be able to actually pull it off. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Alright, we're gonna press on the 4th. We can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from Jamming Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt Hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that it makes very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. And an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
All right. All right. The autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's body, already dead body.
Order, order. What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. What would it mean? That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
To pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who to frame Mr. On Guard is...
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's I wonder if people have screenshotted that particular first line of that one and used that for certain memes. And her dress is broke again.
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, there's a very great matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Hey, Galcian, how's it going? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Master On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only person who had dinner with him and knew which type to take was you. And the glasses break again. That's the third one. Then, what about the button that was found in Mr. Atakama? Oh, we already covered that. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. And the fourth pair. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. but to avoid leaving fingerprints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on that glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic days discovered of a dead body. And fifth pair. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would have been much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law that says I can't be forced to testify about something if I can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. By allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Miss Ungar's room. Hey. Huh. What was Miss Von Karma thinking about? Or what was she talking about? That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea to her head. Did a good job prepping everything up to this point, Phoenix. There's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence.
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up until this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. That Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Oh, we have that in spades. We actually absolutely have that in spades. We just haven't revealed it yet. But you already knew that, Mr. Edgeworth. You already knew it.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita?
I believe this may lead me to incriminate myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible... No, I think we're in the best possible situation, in all honesty. Because we have a way to prove that she had motive.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. The defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully sustained with solid definitive proof.
That's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that's to declare a recess.
Recess.
I request that both the prosecution and defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial,
We have, unless there is actual sort of like more evidence, we already have several things that we can use against her.
don't have a tomorrow. Don't get a not guilty verdict today, then.
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya.
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you?
It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help to think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a dead body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state if you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. One, he was just sitting slumped over, tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, I thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So then what about the knife wound?
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. Can't find anything wrong with this testimony. There's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what in the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
All right. We're going to present that crime photo at a fourth, fifth, or sixth statement, so...
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? What's the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought there was a dead man. Even though the knife wound of it itself is not a fatal stabbing, but yeah. That's, well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and so nonchalantly go court something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And the sixth pair of glasses has been broken. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Avantgarde, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It's Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so is that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Avantgarde's innocence has clearly been demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, it's the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Avantgarde. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth. Absolute, real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea into your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, that Avantgarde will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke that it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, that Avantgarde will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undoubtedly believes in those words right now, and is clinging onto them. What should we do? It's the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority.
wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone. Help me.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
the court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come on now. What will you do? What kind of a man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? All right. Have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I'd like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Miss On-Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place, he would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Quiet! How dare you! You're trying to trick me!
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of a pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Secret of their dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop! I beg you, if people find out... I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how could you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So you will tell the court yourself, shall I? Or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and whipped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai's costume.
Stab the body with the knife. But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A
certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer's Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with the murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. This is her crime. How is this possible? What does Matt on guard have to do with the events that happened with her mentor? If this is where this is going. That's what I'm... Wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Huh. But you could tell from the state of the room was in, there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf was part of Camming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. Yeah. Okay. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest point to the world. But Matt had absolutely no idea about the press conference unless he's lying about that. Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. The forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. So you could get the knife, correct? So you'll want to stab the victim with that knife. Control it. When I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make that even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama? That's what I plan to do. Things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Yep, a lot of heart. There was also a woman with a ray gun ready, pacing back and forth. Yep, this old bag, yep. I had already been caught and made a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't go out looking like myself and get caught again. But you're the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He's going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
What was this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. Absolutely did not want to know anyone about the costume. Yep.
I think we have heard enough. After that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. And I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does this all mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said I should take under no circumstances confess to what I had done. If I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real Curly.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer.
And there's also no piece of evidence that Miss Andrew has that directly points to Matt Engarde, because she does not know what the secret is, and we also have Matt Engarde's testimony that he did not know about the press conference.
The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. We couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit, so please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for thorough questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth, what is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand has my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright is also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. Ha! I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it in my pocket. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but there is still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness that card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? Never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it? And what does it mean? Oh boy. I even though, yeah, we were going along that line of thinking, there was evidence. There was evidence to say that, yeah, there was motive and stuff like that. But there was also that thought in that, yeah, Mr. On Guard can't be the one guilty of it, but also the fact that Miss Andrews, there's also believable statement that that Miss Andrews wouldn't be the one as well. So, huh. All right, what are we gonna do about Maya, though? Maya, Maya. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. Hmm? The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Miss Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So...
Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal.
We're kind of busy right now. All right. So what are you going to do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that? What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming up, and at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Say what? They'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making real simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people that only eat cheap, unhealthy foods?
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like didn't care if Mr. Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if it really that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to? No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. Yeah, that is really strange. Why does she firmly believe that it was Matt On Guard that killed him? What crime did On Guard commit before? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie per se. Just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. And that woman prosecutor was better than that. She is the one that told Miss Andrews to shut up. Francisca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. She'll be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. But maybe it'd be good for her if you went to and let her whip you for a bit. Let's go let her... Why are you saying that with such a delightful, cheery look on your face? I'm definitely not going to. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh, yeah.
No! None of that! Shame on you!
The Hottie Clinic.
No! None of that! Shame on you!
Please, I do not want to see that absolute weirdo again. That name sends a chill down my spine. Yeah, I felt that same exact chill.
God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Yes, it will hurt. It will very much hurt. And we've got to go to there.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I don't want to see that guy. Never thought I'd come back to this place. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Why? Why does it have to be you?
Yes. Are you here for a visit a patient?
Hi. Wait a second. You're...
Yes, I'm Director Hottie.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. It's right. Yeah, yep. Edgeworth.
Yes, I'm Director Hottie.
You're that man from this morning.
You're that man from this morning. Yes, what is it?
Director, Francisca. How's Francisca von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands.
As you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Get this guy out of this hospital. Get this guy out of this hospital.
No!
Uh,
None of that! Shame on you!
I feel sorry for Francisca. Why are you throwing me? You should throw him out.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me. It bothers me.
It bothers me a lot.
I feel really sorry for Francisca. I feel really sorry for her right now.
Yes, that thing, that surgery went well.
Have my gratitude. It's like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And I snuck up on her real secret like she would scream really loud.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I see.
She's really cute too. I do that. She whipped me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby, but yes, I think I could get used to it.
I think you got your proof there, Anki. I think you got your proof. Oh my god.
Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky frisk.
What was she again? 16, 17, somewhere around there? 18 at the most? Yeah, you need to be arrested right now, sir.
Okay. Yes. Time for my IV drops. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I knew I shouldn't have come here. All right, time to talk to Karma.
I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. That's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know.
Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. Yep. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
No, Gaussian. No. Nope. That man deserves only prison. No. Put him in front of no other women. He needs to go to prison right now. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such deal?
You're denying it?
Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would be already over.
All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have one objective to find on God guilty of murder. The ends justify the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard would be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you all excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. Alright, time to talk to Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted. But to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? So who's this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because of his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it was part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Seems that this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think that this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? guess I should tell him. Yeah, we should. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow, and it's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley to kill her. And the client who ordered the job is Matt. Okay. That does make sense. Because of the Assassin's Code of Ethics. That's why he took the hostage, because he was prepared to do anything to make sure that Matt on guard. But what? Why would... As far as we know, yes, we know that they had the rivalry, but nothing that we've known of up until now has indicated that Matt on guard had harbored any kind of ill feelings towards Juan Corrida that would want to result in Corrida's death. Especially if, since the fact that Mac on guard was the one that won the Grand Prix. He had proved everything that he could as far as the rivalry. The only thing I can think of is if Matt actually knew about what Miss Andrews had to go through previously with Juan Corrida and Miss Andrews' mentor. So technically, Matt on guard would be guilty of ordering a hit. Yes, he's not the actual murderer, but he would be guilty. And the one ultimately responsible for Corrida's death, if that is truly the case. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking into any clues that might lead us to Shelley to kill her. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Alright. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Hello? Please, all I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Alright, I guess we're gonna find out what's going on with Maya. I guess Eve. We are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, the second game in the franchise. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to get a good... take a look around. Alright. And thank you very much for the follow. That should put us up to 717 followers, so thank you very much for that. All right. All right. All right, so now we're following Maya, so let's see what's going on as she makes her escape. Oh. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Those videos over there. Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Alright. Computer. Never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. It was my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What's this thing? An antenna? I guess. And this is a VCR? There's sure a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is the antenna doing here? Oh, I've never seen a TV this big before. Where's the power button? Hooey, it's busted. So die a happy samurai fan. If I ever got to see a Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all the things considered. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. A picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Isn't that? Yeah. Huh. That looks like Miss Celeste in PAX. It looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Best this could be a clue. Locked, of course. Doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. A little hole at the bottom of the door. It was a little skinnier. Maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. The figure... Yeah, a teddy bear. There was a lot of teddy bears in front of Wankarita's room. Cuts and puzzle or something. Oh, this simply would not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. Yes? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways through which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way! You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! All right. Mr. Nick? Oh yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now, I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Alright. No, it says I could do some other stuff, but a certain creepy guy is gonna come back into the picture, so I'm gonna avoid that. Oh, oh crap! It's not letting me to. Oh. Okay, there we go. To the detention center. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer from one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt on Guard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. So, Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel so uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. Think you could drop by at my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, right? Well, not an exact address, but... This is terrible. Let's hurry. We gotta feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Client's request is a request. I guess I should check up on his cat. All right. Wait a second. All right. All right, now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shut up, Pat. Oh. Oh, no, crud. Oh, old bag. This old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like a bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Itchy Boy, just as he promised. And she's gonna go ranting. That's all your fault. Did she...
Shall not pass!
Soul bag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in, no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with the silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Oh, boy. Yep, we can head on to the living room. We'll talk with Old Bag a little bit later. Sure is dark. Go turn on a light. Oh. Oh. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu!
Hello, kitty. So I guess this is Shu. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Aw. Hehe. The cat seems to like pearls. Pot. You. Okay. May I help you with something, mister? We're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Engarde's lawyer. The masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Literally named John Doe, huh? Quite a suspicious alias for an assassin, considering some of the images we've seen of you before. Nice to meet you. But if you've been here, then why has Mr. Engarde been worried about the cat if you're taking care of things? Wait a second. I recognize that door. The small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. Yeah. Okay, so Maya's in Matt. Wow, okay, this is. Okay, this starting to get a little bit more credence to that Matt did actually hire this guy. Okay, so. Oh, you mean Shu? The door, it's locked tight. I guess that keeps nosy people like me from entering it. Yeah, it's being held up by a wire. Oh, the masks. Yep. The one in the middle, yeah, the Steel Samurai, and you got the Pink Princess next to it. I wonder what the older one is. Maybe like a prequel to Steel Samurai? Pink Prince and the Evil Magistrate. That's right. Okay, the Evil Magistrate from the Steel Samurai series. How about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick? Well, we kind of had to offend the actual actor for the Steel Samurai in the previous game, so. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. A giant cooking hearth. It's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? No, I've never actually seen the hearth before, but come to think of it. So come and visit Faye Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Okay. Okay. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engarde, right? Honestly, sir, I do not believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master of his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. No, I would have thought Mr. Engarde is the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu.
And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lordly servant to speak of the family cat.
Yeah, does Matt on guard even know that this guy is here? Because if he said that letter for us to have us take care of Shu, and he knew this guy was here, why would he give us the letter?
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
I'm so young and yet so already accomplished, a master of law.
There's also a lot to be proud of it, and being a butler in charge of a house of all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
All right. All right. So can't do anything else. So back to the hotel lobby. All right, time to present that that letter. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to take a look at this worthless piece of... Itchy poo. Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour, I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. No. Please don't. Please don't. I don't. Edgeworth is the best character in this franchise. I don't want to imagine that sort of image. That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Neck. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ah. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What now? One little thing, before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police means investigation team is going in there all day, you hear? Wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. Oh, don't go in there. Set one foot in there or face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. All right. All right, time to move towards the hallway. Like we're the only ones here. Yep, the hotel seems so busy now. Yep. Hey, city boy! Lada, you're still here? Reckon, of course. An investigative photographer eats her stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out of the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, your bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you really gonna shell out the bucks for info I've got? Nada, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Oh, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, and had a soda pop with a few of them, too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. A security leader also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. Guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah, Can I believe what you've written? You mean stuff about Angarchev and his manager lady on the corrida? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best believe in that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull-dooders. Hey, what's with ya? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking in here? My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and he refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that red coat's friend, ain't ya? Put a few good words for me and get back my camera. Want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good in about 5 hours and guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you all in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little Keep up the good work, huh? Okay. Don't be picking about your food now. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? If you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right. Would you please just leave already? All right. Conveniently, they've left Mr. Corrida's room unattended. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning? I hate you, a ghost. I don't think it was a ghost. Maybe it was a demon? Oh, God. Old bag. Excuse me, what are you calling a demon, brat? Zoinks, it's the alien. What are we calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to Big Hero 1, and you're disturbing me. Alright. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. Talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and a note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. That imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working on that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. I heard it was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Well, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain's pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? He's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All Mr. Kurita's presents are from his fancy bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? And when Idea Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Okay, it's just like in those young and beautiful dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river going, "Heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too." All that really happened? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. It is an infernal racket. One of the presents is going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. It startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh, the transceiver. Okay. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it seemed my present did you no good. Mr. Maya! Mr. Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is one more day. I'll get a non-guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear if she's all right. All right. Then a little. What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems that... Damn it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. Great. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. All right. All right, time to move to the law office. All right. Oh. Oh, what? Huh. What is it? Okay, so only when we're in this room. I want to double check something. Yeah, we already saw that. I don't see anything that would... So it's only this room where we're having troubles with the connection. All right. All right.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice. Thanks.
Rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat.
Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
Gotta be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what should I ask him about. All right. I'm going to step aside for just a moment, so you're going to just need to quickly grab something. Alright. I am back and just make sure. There we go. We're good. Alright. Yes, let's present him the transceiver.
Transceiver? Sorry.
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy, detective, about that thing.
What thing?
Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal.
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's straight. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we noticed earlier. It was specifically in Juan Carita's room.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. The stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer. It's like dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh yeah, the TV does do that. That's what you're talking about. She is so sheltered. Pearl is so sheltered, living in that fortune teller village.
So the room you were in,
when that interference to the transceiver had it.
there's got to be something in there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
You were in Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later. All right, pal?
Oh, wait, Gumshoe.
Oh, yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go.
We should be going too, Mr. Nick. All right, let's go. All right. Time to go back to the hotel. Better than going to the clinic. So, is possibly one of these bears the listening device?
Hey, you're finally here, pal.
Sorry to keep you waiting. You have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal, and suddenly I'm staring at precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? You need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal.
I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? Looks a little broken.
Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by who?
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna be beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all the way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
Getting that sneaky feeling again.
Okay, I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look easy, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal is picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock on it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. Let's take a little look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if I find a bug. Got it, pal?
Oh? Lamp check. Listening device? Nope. A lot of lamps in this room, aren't there? Yeah. Go on. You shouldn't do that, miss. No, that's wasteful. Yep, another one. A cell phone. Nope. I don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Yeah, she is really sheltered. Yeah. Quit. Oh, what a lovely pair. This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. Robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Oh, look, it's a bear, so, Yep, another lamp. All right. Small video camera, yeah. I suspect it's probably going to be one of... Yep. Looks like Honka. That's some sort of like hot water. Ah, the coffee maker. Yep. It's got to be one of the bears, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if it's... Where would be the listening device?
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? The biggest one I have ever seen.
Hey, so do you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean?
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is...
Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some real strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this fellow's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't. It's such a violent act. Oh.
It's a miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
What a emitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Oh, isn't this more of that high-tech stuff?
All right.
So this tiny thing is a camera.
Yep. Pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is the only camera part here, pal. A tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
The footage is changed into radio waves and then is sent to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right.
There we go.
So what does the transmitter, the device that sends footage the camera took to a specific destination? Like a video version of the listening device, pal.
Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
And I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe.
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
What?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye that was disguised as a present.
I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Kurita this present?
I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night.
There isn't any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh. Is there really no way to find out?
I got it.
What?
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go around the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go.
And there he goes. He's gone. Yeah. Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things the most inefficient ways, right?
Yep, I figured it was Edgeworth. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? You know that stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? Camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can he really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you'll have other things to do. Yep. See you soon, Wright? Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who can't comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. You really still think it was Adrian Andrew? No. No, it was not. The fact that we have surprising amount of plausibility that Matt Algard really did hire that assassin, and the way that the assassin who also kidnapped Maya is the way he's acting, yeah, that seems the most plausible thing. We still have a little time left. Find the truth, Right? Everything begins with the truth. Rita's real a killer. Miss Andrews passed. I get the feeling that Shelley to kill her. Let's find all the answers to this case tonight. Don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. As he said, all I can do now is find the truth. All right. Okay. We are going to go overtime because I do want to finish things up tonight, so. We'll have to see how... Past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth already found Mystic Maya. These things take time, so I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. All right. So the real person Mr. Corrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelley to kill her, right? Hard Miss Andrews found that the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired to kill her to begin with? Who was his client? I mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. Whoever this client is, there's still a killer. Who could have had hired the assassin? You think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why not go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? Yeah. But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt on guard himself. Mr. On guard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. Yep. But it can't be Mr. On guard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him. You remember something, Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the jamming. If he lost the gun, he was going to make sure Matt was going to go down with him. That's what he thought anyway. But somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had been revealed. Mr. On Guard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. On Guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. If we're assuming that he actually had knowledge that Kurita was bound to reveal it, which he has said that he did not know about the press conference that was being held. Which means we have to meet with Mr. On Guard. There's no way around it now. Wow, it's really running late, isn't it? That's not... Yep. Wait. What is it, whippersnapper? I know is that nothing has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? When Gumshoe made. No, but frankly, I don't care. I was getting to my itchy poo, so Edgeworth. And he said, I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Absolutely top secret, so you better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. Sure it was, you know, to catch poor Juan in the middle of the scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? Means, well, you know, that gossip's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin', and know who planted that spy camera. It's that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spy on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Well, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I'll tell you. Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I hear. That manager? What are we talking about? You don't know? That manager a woman had. A shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impact. Mrs. Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really? You young kids don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised to each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? It was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan got off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. I want to double check something. I want to see that image again. Okay, no, it's just wanted to see if there was possibly a card there as well. But I didn't see a card. Okay. To criminal affairs. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Ungard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Ungard case? We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnappers demanded, now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over in the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so here you go. I've already called them, so they know. I want to talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. Such good news, Mr. Nick. Talk to your heart's content. Sound like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. To the detention center. I'm sure they must have had transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Yeah, we'll talk to Ungard first.
Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man on guard. What's wrong? Mr. On guard. There's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. Totally not like your usual lawyer self, dude. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the Diggle Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? There we go. 5 Cyclops. This is going to be a doozy. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. Said a secret, right? I don't have any idea what it is. Do you do? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Oh, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know of any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got hungry. You up for pizza? My treat. You're dodging the question here. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else? You are legitimately trying to dodge questions. On guard. Are you connected to Mrs. Ampax's suicide in some way? All right. Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Oh! Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here? I hope you see you got roped into this somehow. What? No, I'm going to testify. It's wrong. Oh. Okay. So you are the witness. Okay. That's certainly interesting. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a while ago, and that's on my way home. All of a sudden, you there. You're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Uh-oh. They said my face and whole self-general looks suspicious or something. Just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Let's talk with you. About this testimony you're giving. What are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. Oh, something important? What is it? The detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell any... Well, I guess to say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Maya and myself are the two allies in this whole world, but it's all right. Ouch, I really don't have a lot of friends, do I?
starting to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. He got that refreshing, like, spring breeze image going. What does he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. You would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. No, it says it's just a game to justify himself. How horrible! That's unforgettable. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. You know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person. His manager, you know. It's Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. Celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. That's okay, really. I could hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, did you hear about this yet? About Mrs. Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impacts? I heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, but about that mysterious death. Hey, Miss Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, Ed. Go on ahead. So, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. Yep, we have heard about that. They say one went and hid it. Heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Now, this was what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for one, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did you mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be a reason enough for him to hide the suicide. I see. That's good info. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. Back to move into the detention center. Now we're going to ask Miss Andrews. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. On Guard. I'd like to ask you about Matt On Guard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, don't you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it was true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I'd never do something so stupid. A suicide note, huh? Wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. On Guard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure the real truth behind Celeste's death. And Miss Andrews, well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Did you say something just now? And just one Cyclock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my voyeur. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. All right. Phone. Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office real soon. What's wrong? Something real unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the front office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. Got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. We should hurry back. Scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow I doubt that. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. You know who bought that spy camera? Huh? This quickly? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. The bear. Figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears, and who's related to this crime. And who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy another person in their room? It was Mad on Guard. He bought it to make sure that that's why the equipment is back in his room. He wanted video evidence, not just the card. He wanted video evidence that the deed had been done. On guard, your client, that's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... Heard from the department store clerk, pal. It's the credit card receipt for the purchase. $3,800, pal. That's the exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. See, that's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. On Guard. And the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of that, pal. I'm sure that person who bought the stuffed bear was Mr. On Guard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Yep. So what about the spy camera we found? No, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can't get this thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess you can get back to you for file way into evidence. Yep. I know you don't want to give it up, pal. Never thought I'd think that was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Walkrader's room was man on guard. Why? Why would Mr. On Guard do something like this? We're gonna find out. But it was to catch Miss Andrews and Miss Corita in one of their rendezvous. No. No, it's not. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna see him, Mr. On Guard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on good face for Pearls. There was a thought in my head throughout this whole entire thing that there is a possibility that Matt truly was responsible for all this. And the evidence is surely piling up. He may not have actually committed the murder, but he did hire the hit. That very much is certain. Okay. Alright, let me double check. Okay, good. Got the credit card receipt, the transmitter, the stair, and the camera. All right. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know what ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Okay. Yeah, we have all the stuff that we need for this. Okay. Time to get these locks. Matt's secret. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corita had been successful in his plan? What would have been disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, can I keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corita, especially on that night.
Take that!
Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you talking about hidden?
Take that!
The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to have been a present from a fan. I guess one had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? Was you.
Take that!
Mr. On Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof to show me first? Yep.
Take that!
I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, I can tell from this that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This could be the toothbrush I bought that one. A $3,800 toothbrush, huh? Yeah, exactly my words. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for... elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? If I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set up the camera yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filled the secret in...
Take that!
Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having a secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you are going to reveal this fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can't be such a moron. Huh? Man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we could get publicity without even spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it would be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason was for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't, yeah. You didn't spy because of yeah, you didn't spy. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was...
Take that!
What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. There's a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. On Guard, I know why you met the killer. You're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, That means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How did you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelley to kill her to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard. And Hero was trying to be good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do the job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. On guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult yourself. I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, this is...
What the hell is wrong with you?
Alright. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. Really, so you are Shelley the Killer's client? You really didn't think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? Yep. You're lying. What terrible. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk more adult things. Why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can't. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. On Guard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? So you're admitting all this right in front of security guards. You're admitting this all in front of me. I had no interest in doing it, really, but by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. That's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead? Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, bent on guard. Did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked you if you had killed Juan Corrida. You answered very clearly you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. No, you're guilty of hiring an assassin to kill someone. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? Could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Yeah, he's got a bit of he's got some acting chops. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You. Scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Squire, I think I would give it all my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. You've got cameras all over you with sound recordings. You've confessed to everything. What am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. All right. What are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy? No. You can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. Now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? Let's find the answer. Let's find it on your own. All right. I'm a lawyer. To fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Guard, that man really is. Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and finally gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I were to get on guard and acquittal, that's not a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. And if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do.
Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. Fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict. For a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. The transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow. My, what's the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engarde's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you're asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? You were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I've told you once before, however. You did, but my name is Tequila. Shelly Tequila. You're Shelly Tequila? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Yep, exactly. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth, did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Oh, that. And it sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. A cat. Can't... What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the killer's holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police head for On Guard Mansion immediately. All right, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose help, or fights only become. All right. Maya. This answer is Miss Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out the contingency plan ahead of time. This figurine of a bear. There's a lot of cuts in it for some. Is that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Right, look down. There's a. I'm sure that's for Shu. This door is locked. Oh, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. There's no one here. On the look of this room, I'd say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. That's antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. We're lucky it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. Sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape or looking for escape with it. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Search all over. It looks like he got away. Sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route heading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Yep. Yep. Huh. On the back, there's something written on the back of the... Okay. Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edward, yes? As far as clues go, I think this is all about to get. I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? This Andrews. I could just find out what secret she's holding. I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. Blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks. Well, let's go, Pearls. Time to open up that last lock. Alright. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try and break me if you can.
Take that!
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? I told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. Are you saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? Absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Yep.
Take that!
Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that's Miss Ampax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Master on Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Ampax and her suicide. Can you explain to me what this... This is a photo of Miss Ampax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Ampax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yes, it is. I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion. And after all this time, the last remaining secret has been revealed. Alright. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Greta didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Matt, Mr. On Guard? Why do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Yeah, She was Matt's manager a long time... Oh! She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why it's written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? That wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. It's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldlight Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and myself. I'm sure you can guess at why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Frida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Performance's impacts. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. Yep. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of the suicide note. Yep. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? And Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. Even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. All right. We got one more day of trial, so we're gonna get through this. How did I get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Oh, what do I do?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
Had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Oh, this is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Don't look so well, dude. Gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get on guard. Yep. Yeah. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know. She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. What am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's that cursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Don't call me anymore. I mean it. Oh, God. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Where are you? Well, let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but not right now. We've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If you can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Have to make the trial last longer. You go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. And we're gonna give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. All right.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly Miss Adrian Andrews' role was in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those which she cannot escape. You're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? Looks like a show. This is a calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired that assassin, his client, to speak, is Matt On Guard.
What a surprising turn of events.
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. Now what's going on this time? So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
Prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much.
Sorry, but I'm just kind of a sort of a nothing guy, sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. On Guard's room.
Okay, sure.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was a bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that person is Mr. Guard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? For us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? All right. All right. Gonna do pressing first. So first, gonna press on the fourth statement. Saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
Powers, what do you... A normal... I didn't think it was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... Could it be that you felt something was strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was it? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Charles, please amend your testimony. About the bellboy, right? Alright. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not or a penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was before the tip really shocked me. How much it was? And that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about first. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Oh, sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify to the court about how much you would say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. Roll of cash. Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. This is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Object to here. I mean, you can argue with that roll. Isn't it really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have you ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer? He is the person the police special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I meant Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Oh, but I'm not done. There's still more. Let's first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. That bellboy really was the assassin. I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Miss Wright, I believe it's your turn. Entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. All right. All right, so press the fourth statement. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Because I have no idea the damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart or wasn't holding a tray either. Call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But it really isn't that unusual. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. It really is. There really isn't. You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, we're supposed to present.
Objection!
Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying that baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? There's also, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. Now, if you would look at what is on top of the table, in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see that it was a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. Left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. That would mean that bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this road.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I thought you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What?
bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves. Yeah, pitch black leather gloves. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy really look suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football's made of leather. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Seems we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, even without going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room.
Yeah, I kind of saw it all that by accident. Some accident, I'd say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious. High heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Alright. Pressing on the second. It said hold it. Okay. Better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. Should probably ask him one question at a time. About this something. Gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you can't really remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small. An incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh. I accidentally did things out of order. I took this something out of the bellboy head. Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I'd like you to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room, where he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. So the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is that all that's really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is sort of an utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Miss Powers, please try to remember what was the bellboy handed off. Let's see. Just now. Remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. Okay. We're going to present the figurine.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did the objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. Was it, Phoenix? I have a feeling something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Was it this item? Hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt on Guard's mansion. The defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Wankarita in his room. Then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. And the bear being found at a Guard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt on Guard is the killer's client. Order, order, I said order. Mr. Wright, it's the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, than it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Yep. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. It has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There's one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. Who took the bear. Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. The person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Help! We don't have time to act lost. We've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. Now I'll bring this cross-examination. Your Honor. Again, Mr. Mart? I've already removed any and all questionable areas in this testimony. About time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. Find something, even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that.
All right. The bear itself. I think it's frankly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion.
why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Sasser, you haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. I remembered it clear as day. I remembered what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. The killer was hiding at Engard's mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to the Engard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad at the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, been quite for a while now. It's too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
Think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was who received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright? You could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Do I? What should I do?
Oh no?
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. One dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe why my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that the very same figurine was found at the Engard mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What do you say?
What I'm saying is, it's possible that a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Tisk, is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What do you say is the killer's real client, therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews.
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Mr. Engard for the crime by wearing the spare nickel samurai costume. And the nickel samurai arm I saw, that could have been very well been Miss Andrews.
What about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-weighed trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, you didn't want to tell her. I'm telling her. This is save Miles. And if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disrupted parties will be forced to leave this courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. This what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you must have the thought it's strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon the witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. Who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Alright, we're bringing her back. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon would pay. Mr. Nick. Her pearls. Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power. Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. I just barely found something to latch onto. Ew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. We just had one, even a single clue that would be really helpful. I was only able to come to this far because I kept thinking to myself, I have to keep this trial going for until Maya's been rescued. I just have to run out. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. A tent. I could see a circus tent. I could see it. Oh, Mia. Looks like Maya was unconscious until a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you anyway. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe. Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big... Yep, the very big circus. Maya's somewhere within 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle. Map about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And
friend. I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like it was an old office building, maybe the third floor. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, Al. Okay, just hang in there. A little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay? Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you all right, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's...
Chill, fam.
No problem, Galcian. You have a wonderful night. Can do this. I just have to make sure this trial lasts a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Anders, to the stand. Certainly the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
Have you seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court as to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she? Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. I can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Huh.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin with your close examination, Mr. Wright.
Yep. All right, we're gonna press on everything. A puzzle. That's right.
Looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. For people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is it exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh. That's most interesting.
Boy and his new toy, it's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. It was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. But who exactly knew how to solve the puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
This looks like it can be easily broken.
Especially if someone wanted to get what's inside. Well, it's a toy. Can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? Never told anyone. As long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. Two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is all I'll get after for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What is inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I think I have an idea what it... There we go. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? Looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
A suicide note.
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. But just that we suspected it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impax had a very beautiful handwriting, and just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edwards' pace. So now that suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? Yep, that's right. At least that's what I would think. I believe it's only appropriate that contents of the notes be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. The note Celeste Impax left us a record of all that happened to her. About being used and being thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Corrida and On Guard's role in destroying that. about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Miss Impacts had to say.
There's one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no intent in slandering Mr. On Guard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, one was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt On Guard values above all else his refreshing like spring breeze image. That's why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Yep. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain his suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly was the defendant. Let's not forget that the bearer within the note was found inside the defendant's house.
It seems that we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know I have to carry on and buy him some more time. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. The suicide note or the figurine? Which one should I pursue? Yeah, the note. Did
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Man, look at that lawyer. Going at it? He's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that man on guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden inside Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say man on guard could not have known that this was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
This is Flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Hmm?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
Thought this was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard.
Order. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
See, you are confused, Mr. Wright. Probably thinking, but I had the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt on guard. The fingerprints were on here.
Well, Phoenix. Looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Matt on guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What am I going to do next?
It's running away like a frightened child look?
Well, it seems like Mr. Edwards very close to laying the lid on this case, but his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one important thing. What does that mean? There's a piece of evidence he really should investigate. I hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. I'm speaking in riddles all of a sudden. We will present evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I have ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go this easily. And it's so desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edward, this is not like you at all. Your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Isn't that what I just said? You're telling me that I forgot something? So close, Edward. There's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. The suicide note.
This impacts a suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh.
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting.
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say that you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning his figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Miss Guard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edward, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That is enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. I'm just going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I don't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both prosecution and defense further investigate.
I think we've reached the end of the line. There we go. We got the phone call.
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him and what is with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. It's terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for that, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far in. Oh. What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
this time you can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth,
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
You can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain the results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
Wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. The prosecution's requested This court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised, I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure if this is helping, but or hurting us.
Court will now take its final recess of the day.
All right. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? Can't we find her in that time? Report.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind it by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal.
I've got things that he left with me right now. I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first?
Don't have the time to wait for those guys, sir.
And those guys weren't looking. I swiped the stuff and ran. What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. Really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say it'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
All right. Just get in here in one piece.
On a mission and no one can stop me, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left behind by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that would be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. That's not good. That is not good. What happened? Sounds like he had an accident. Guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? Gotta hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken. He wasn't driving a patrol car. No radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. That's right, there is a way. But how? She's got a tracker on him. Why are you bringing up Francisca this time? Oh, I see. I'll try and get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to carry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. It says it's extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting else. I have to go and take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Alright. This is taking a lot longer than I expected, but we're gonna get this done. Alright.
Court will now reconvene. Assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem so distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong?
Was the thing fake? It's like something unexpected happened to him.
We saw the result of the handwriting analysis.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide is a forgery. Oh, it is a forgery. What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Oh, well. It's like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. He never wrote anything about on guard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
His theory that Gar had no idea the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with that. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts this testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to have known that it was fake.
This little item code again?
A video camera, Your Honor. A very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. Kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, that would mean Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard couldn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order. Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
As you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What's next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh? Well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. It's not like him at all.
Unusual. Well, that's what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is the one who's perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her to commit the murder. That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It is
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Mr. the Killer? Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
this is all right with you.
I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor.
Or if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then. The prosecution calls this witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way? First. Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good. I got the transmitter. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin.
I'll say, what's going on here?
Your Honor,
How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. It came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what an urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh, no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof you are indeed, in fact, Shelley the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
So hungry.
Maya! Voice, Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
Looks like we have run into yet another expected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita, is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. Is this all just a bad dream? Yes, this is just a bad dream.
Shelley the Killer, what is he going to say?
There's something I must first state.
To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'll say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Mr. Phoenix. Alright. Alright, so... press on the second. The trust between you and your client. Provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That's why you're testifying in this manner? It's the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? This never happened before, but if it ever did, yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well, it was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. The rule? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but do you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. Judge had better watch himself. Alright. Okay, we're raising the trust between you and your client. Yep. Sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned rule. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. All right. Okay. What is it? I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Wankarita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? Should I think I know my own client and it is Adrian Andrews?
phone earlier. What's going on here? I guess as Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back. Sure, in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Killen's client, who has requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No! With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that means Mr. on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring this Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? The way this is going, Matt on guard will be found innocent. Maybe our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but if Edgeworth is right, the killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defense.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. Once death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. The testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified, and he named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning the Nickel Samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. You know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I'd say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. Can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer, I know. But Managard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than on guard. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. It's because of Edward that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? Never thought about it until now. Trust him. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But the witness clearly has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job is done here.
I'm not done yet. To see through this witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edward, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About?
All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like you to hear everything you know about this case. As how things are usually done. What's he talking about usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
That is true.
As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, by pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said the client had broken the rules. It's the most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question the testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Why? What is this witness says that is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case? If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies that's so beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. All right. All right, we're going to present the wide glass on.
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how? How do you even know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
Isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? A very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if Mr. Kafir figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there is a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Now I gotta buy more time. Wait for the items that the killer left behind to get here. Just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony.
We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met with your client. That is correct. Meeting one client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Okay, we're gonna press on the third statement. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? Was that a brief pause? Press further. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients at a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else.
The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
No, it was not important. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did.
It's only through talking with... He slipped up. He slipped up.
I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
It's true that they say about... This one is very important.
I think I just heard it. Then I think I've got him.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now is of the utmost importance.
Really?
That's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
We got him.
Objection!
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that is when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up about her.
So what is the issue? What did you just say just now? About her?
If you ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you she is a woman.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following. That he always meets his face with clients when taking their requests.
Never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unlucky for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one ever stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up the client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time, please give us the truth. Nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. Hence, I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Wankarita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
He is fumbling up so many times.
So you took this job through a letter.
Didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Definitely lying. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Alright. Okay, we're pressing the third statement. 2 or 3 other things.
Yes.
And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? No. Whether or not they are related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wondered why it is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber. And that should turn out to be one.
This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. It's worth pursuing. witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs you request were.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine.
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Corita's suitcase.
And then what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
Gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish.
Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it.
This item?
I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order, order, order. So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
Means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Hey! We are doing major overtime. How you doing, man?
I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break the end of our agreement. That's enough. Is that your intention? There is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I stay my hand otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, what are you? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this outburst just now. Do you think there's a need for any more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should.
Edward, can't do this.
It's up, Maya, show.
Prosecution, What has come over everyone? You are. Prosecution rests. What's going on around here?
Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. We are working to finish up this game. I probably ended up going longer than what I would have wanted, and it's gonna really mess me up, but
Never thought I'd see the day. It's the most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Yes, Your Honor. I end the trial here right now. Then your client, Master on Guard, will be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews? Charged with murder? The prosecution has no further questions, so we now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt on Guard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could. It looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear as you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. It's on guard. What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Refreshing like a drink fees crap. It's just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? I did that. Maya would die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged with as the murderer. I say he's guilty or not guilty. The choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. All hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Adon God, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, man on guard, is... We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Madame God, your client deserves an answer. Maya, sorry. Man on guard is... Franziska von Karma. What are you doing here? You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Miss Avant-Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside of this. What filthy old coat is this? That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there's nothing else to wrap the items in.
fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure what's inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What?
Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this is one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are left by the killer during his escape from the police.
It must have been quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. A miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does the pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That is what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it'll be an excellent sample for the test. That pistol was used to shoot Francesca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence was this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Madame Guard's mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. Last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There isn't even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? A very unique button. I'm sure if it were to cover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who did the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. Come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Two. The first. Make that on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If the on guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but he's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty to his client above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if he could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Then the bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. There's one person who has yet to see them all. That person does not know the truth. And truth may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying that it's us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want us to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask such person, I will grant you this one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible to turn this situation around in one try.
One try, that is all I will permit.
I have to try and remember. Everything that has happened up until this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show this evidence to?
All right. All right. So. All right. Yeah, we're gonna show it to Shelly the killer. Oh no, this is.
see. Now, tell this court what piece of evidence you would like to show this person. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Aya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape that was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. It was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. You know the contents of the tape. I was certainly told by my client not to watch it. I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews? Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Man on Guard film the crime scene? He already told us. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural, that is kind of the kind of person that they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes, you told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... This one, Kama, what did that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. He's broken. Mr. On Guard. Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Justice will be served. Met on guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal the instant you set foot out of the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. And, yep. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. Me, I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, I was met on guard. I have left Mr. Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called a witness and during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she was trying to forgive for what he did. But after that, when I was alone at this detention center, first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Well, it's the first time I get to see her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. really don't know how to express how I feel about it at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that's good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. We lost the case. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? It's the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? The answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody. Really? Charles, you telling us the truth? Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way as we speak in a patrol car. Oh, Mystic Maya is safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believe in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier, thanks? Why are you still smiling, Mr. Wright? You lost. Yeah, I think, she should go to a hospital. Yeah. Get like an IV drip for her. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Yeah, definitely not that. Please, not that hospital. Edgeworth, for my own personal victories, for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so when my record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit at the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. That was not what happened.
After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth?
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It is over. It is all over.
Francisca threw something onto the ground just now. This is electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that was what she was saying by this action. I should keep this, right? Okay. You're looking a little weak there. You need food. You need food there, Maya.
Maya. Mystic Maya.
Ah.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted. I knew you would.
On top of that, you even rescued me. Of course I did. I know I'd never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. Really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost, though, Pearly. Oh, through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Yeah, I think you need some food.
All right.
I think it's time we get out of this depressing place. Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Trout. I'm starved. So hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. I decided we'd get up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food. All right.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you all right?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? I did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was about gonna give out on me. I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, you might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Now come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer? Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can get this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen to that. You know, when you think about it, you're the one who saved the day, Detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, well, you know, it's... Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. Oh, sure, I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item? Oh, come on now, it's over. Boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why did she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. I was like, I had it rough, Al. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Miss Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, it's too bad. Well, it's all right. It wasn't anything important anyway. Sure, it's nice to finally see them both smiling again.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she's got a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You haven't, and you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone are enough here. Wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean? Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Yeah. I kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kinda already put your name on the bill. Yeah, I got a situation like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. I suddenly feel like screaming.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Pretty much, yeah. All right. So, I will say, like, compared to the first game, I'd say that this particular game was a little bit on the weaker edge. Like, some of the trials that we ended up coming across with this particular one, not as good as the first one, but I'd say that very last trial was actually probably one of the higher quality trials that I have seen, and there was a lot of suspense and intrigue as far as this last one. So, but yeah, so finally got this done. Nearly 7 hours. I'm going to regret this. So yeah, if things all go well, next week we should be getting started with Phoenix Wright 3 for our Tuesday streams, and yeah, tomorrow, if I'm feeling all that well, we'll be continuing with Trails of Cold Steel 3, and hopefully I'll be able to get back from work in time. But yeah, if we do, the tentative stream time will be 7 p.m. Central Time start time, but if we can get it in earlier, then we will do so, and I'll be sure to let you guys know if that's no, we're get him off my screen. Get him off my screen. Why is it? Get him off my screen. Why can't I fast forward this? Get him off my screen. So yeah. I'll go ahead and post the raid message. I'll start looking up as far as who we can raid tonight while the other credits are still going. Okay, I know exactly who to raid tonight. Hopefully his credits won't take too long. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. We don't need to see all the credits, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid Revox VT. So I'm doing some Our Life Beginning and Always. So yeah, if you guys would like to join us on this bounty mission, giving love and support to awesome stream out there, I would very much appreciate it if you can join us for that. So, with all that said and done, hope you all had a wonderful day. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Have fun, take care, and God bless to you all. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Time to send you out on your bounty mission. See you all next time. Bye-bye, everybody.